morning, good afternoon, good evening. Jose said, let's go, so let's go. How are folks today? Hey, Philip. Hi, Jose. Hi, Thomas. Hey, Raj and Yamas. Hey, Bill. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Reth. Nick, Malfrey, Aetherline. Who else do we have? Trevor and Hasios and Rod. How is everyone? Aetherline, thanks for being a member. Almost a year. Awesome. Hey, Printer Prun. Let's do this. Get Oscar on camera here. Hey, Lone Star and Fegley. Hey, Thomas. Raj, thanks for being a member for almost 2 years. R squared, hello. So today's kind of a filler stream. We're waiting for parts before Daniel and I start the antithesis build. That's what these parts are, these gray parts. So I picked up this NightOwl kit at West 3D when I was there working on the Phoenix. So it was an opportune time to fill in a little build here. I'm assuming this is going to take more than 1 day, but we'll see. We will see. Hi, Wayne. Hi, Troy. Hi, Damien. Preheat the bed for 40C. Are you ready for treats? Let's do treats real quick. I got new treats. We'll see how he likes them. He really liked the freeze-dried ones I got last time. So let's see. These are freeze-dried turkey liver. What do you think? That smell good? Oh, these are big chunks. These are big chunks. Let's start with a small one. What do you think of that? Oh, that was a big chunk. You didn't even chew it. Oh, there's nothing in my hand. You must like these. Here, let's break this apart. Are you gonna actually chew it? He drooled over here. Hey, Killer Prince, welcome. That was like 2 chews. That was an awfully big piece for only 2 chews. You like them? Yep. Here, do you like them enough to help? Thank you. Okay, you can go now. Let me clean up this drool spot. Hey, Ahmed. Does love those. I'll have to remember that. Okay. Hey, LTX Designs, welcome. Choo-choo the Oscar train. This is true. That's hilarious. Okay, what we have here, a bunch of parts. Talk about a little bit before we actually dive into the build. As you may have heard, ModBot Daniel and I are working. Oh, put some stuff out of the way. Our next collaborative build series is on the antithesis. Hey, Benny. Hey, Mark. Hey, JB. Kobe. Nope, not that one. This one. So these are the parts for the antithesis. I decided to print these in Polymaker PET GF dark gray. I am in love with that filament. Just the PET GF, it just prints so well. I mean, it just prints so well. I am not going to anneal most of these parts. However, I am going to anneal the hot end mount and the cooling ducts, but I haven't done that yet. They're in here somewhere. I'm going to anneal those. Here's a cooling duct. I'm going to try the bury it in. Hey, speaking of, hey, Neil. Anyway, I am going to bury it in salt and see how it does, just playing around stuff. These are heavy too. This is over 1 kilogram of filament into this little tiny printer. But this is the power supply enclosure, because it has a little exposed power supply. So they made a nice little enclosure for it with the power built in. This is really actually kind of nice. I like it. This is the controller, the the Manta M5P controller, which is what's used in here. I need to clean up some of the stress marks, but yeah, this will be the other part that gets annealed. Just a little hot end mount. I did print these all at just boron settings, so 4 walls, 5 top and bottom layers. But they are hefty. Hey there, Inch Kid. What else do we got? Someone asked about ASA, GF, and bridging. I don't have any problems with it, so I don't know. Hey, Craigard. Hey, Ella. Welcome. Which tool head do you like the best now? A4T, Anted, or something else? I don't really have a favorite. I've used many of them now. I don't know. They work. Whatever fits your build best. PET, not PETG. It's PET. Hey, Queasy Diver. Hey, Andy. Who else? Did I miss anyone else? The Ranch Kid, Telesarian. Anyway, that is a lot of parts. I went through an entire kilogram spool, no fails, just pure printing, and then all of the power supply parts and part of the previous plate is on a new spool of filament. So, Callum, let's put these away. I am printing away on the Core 1 Index. I'm printing maker chips for the upcoming shows. So slightly different shades on the colors, but they are turning out fantastic and just doing it. Plate after plate. Bearded Printer, thank you for the gifted memberships. Who is your favorite cat? Well, I mean, what, do you blame me, Philip? I just yesterday finished my Micron R1. Your build series was godsend as this was my first foreign adjacent printer build. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. ETCF, I have trouble with bridging too. I didn't, well, here, let me, where did these go? The biggest bridge, at least that I'm aware of on this build, that was a bridge. That was a bridge. There was no supports there. Obviously, it droops a little bit, and I'll clean it up, but I can't complain about that. This is PETGF. That's a bridge. That is a 80 millimeter bridge. So. Okay. Wow. That cat drooled. He liked that treat. He drooled everywhere. He liked those treats. Killa Prince. No, but yes. This is actually the Aether. We're building the Antithesis Aether. And that came about because we're doing the collab series, and that is the newer version. I am still going to use those parts and print the original version, but that's not part of this build. New part I ordered today, BD pressure. Can't wait to test it. I have one. I'm planning on using at some point a Wednesday stream probably to try it on the Mercury 1, because I keep needing a probe solution for that. So we'll see. What else? Okay. The last thing that I want to cover is this is all Vertigo prints. It is, as expected, finicky on material and build plate, and then your first layer settings to get things to release. But all of these, and these are all just that same profile, that same profile, untuned. This is Prusament. This is Prusament, the Azure Blue, I think it is. Untuned. And these are, and then their small first layer contact stuff was perfect. I did 2 or 3. I was doing 12 of these at a time, and I queued it up. It was 2 or 3 times, probably twice it looks like from the numbers here. They are turning out really fantastic. The Polymaker HT-PLA Pro sticks, which is a good thing in most cases, but it sticks too well to scrape in the settings that I've tried so far on the Vertigo. It's fine. Next thing I'm going to try is a little bit of glue stick as a separation layer and see if that helps. But all of these parts have dropped right off. And what these are going to be booth trinkets. You just take a 2-liter or soda cap, and it's just a little keychain container. It's just a little less, slightly more useful than kids' toys type stuff. But I am still early, but I like the Vertigo. I'm pretty pleased with what I've been able to do so far in just a little bit. So that's very preliminary opinion, but I will continue to use it. PI sheets not to do a good job. The texture one to release perfectly. It feels like it all still depends on the particular combination of filament and bed I'm seeing. Hey, Morden. Hey, Wayne. More useful. Print a ton of prints on the Vertigo. We could. Yeah, I'm really happy with how that turned off. Ella, thanks for being a member. 41 months. Polymaker red ABS to stick. It's the only one I can't get to stick reliably. I haven't printed any regular red. I printed Galaxy red, and it prints fine. But, oh, ABS, most of what I'm doing is ASA. Hey, Ross7. Rod, thanks for being a member. Over 4 years. Hey, Skyrim. Holy moly. Tuxedo, 42 months. Perfect. But don't cancel just to keep that 42 months. Okay, so speaking of Morden's here. So we are building the NightOwl today. Let me bring up let's just do this. We are doing NightOwl GitHub. Damien, thanks for becoming a member. Not have fiber yet. Streaming the Vertigo would be cool. I haven't seen any signs of them working on fiber, but I'm hoping it's soon. Okay, so the NightOwl integrated dual spool filament switching system. Maurice, welcome. Way simpler than Box Turtle. Well, yes, it's only 2 lanes. So Thomas, thanks for being a member. 51 months, nearly your age, just over my age. So Morton here in chat, this is his project. It is a combination and inspired by several projects. We'll get into that here. Let me move some stuff around so I can see it. Hey, Jeff. So this is what it looks like. This is what we'll be building. It's 2. I did it in these colors because I anticipate using it with the Vertigo, because the Vertigo didn't have a suggested spool management system. So even if I don't get an opportunity to use it to switch colors, I at least want to use it as a dedicated spot to put filament and hopefully be able to do like filament run out at least or something. Important question. Is it an A and B lane? I don't understand the question. It's got fiber on Wednesday. Oh, nice. I am streaming at 50 down and 10 up right now. It's a DSL connection though, so it's a dedicated connection, which is why it's better for me to stream on this connection than the cable connection. I have 2 services here. I have cable, which is gig down and 30 up. And this DSL connection is more reliable from a latency and stream quality point of view than the cable connection. Hey Luke, welcome. Did Vertigo have a filament cutter? It does, and it works really well. I've used it a few times now. Philip, thanks for the gifted memberships. It's 2 lanes, A and B or 1 and 2. I have no idea. We'll figure it out, I'm sure. Okay. The goal of NightOwl is to create a simple universal filament switching solution. So the NightOwl integrates the following projects. So HeartK has a dual night watch extruder, a censored Y splitter hub, and I think that's from HeartK as well. Filamentless rewinder, but they're customized for this project, so they're here. And then there's a physetic processor in there, and then I didn't print the turtleneck stuff. I might need to still print that, but that's fine. You also want an extruder that is both a tool head and an entry sensor, so there's some stuff here. So there's some printing stuff. You need to print all these things, and then for the dual night watch, you go off to HeartK's GitHub to get that. Censored hub is here. I might have screwed that up, but we'll see. I might have printed the one. No, I printed the one that I think Morden sent me a link to. There's also one, I think, on HeartK's GitHub. Hey, Nogorut. 2 gig setup. The Vertigo doesn't have toolhead. It does not. The Vertigo does not have a toolhead filament sensor. So I'll either have to figure out a solution for that, or I think there's configurations where you don't necessarily need it. Cost of memberships. So YouTube, cost of memberships did go up for some regions. YouTube did an adjustment. This is not something that I changed. I've left my membership cost low, but for currency rates and stuff, exchange rates and stuff, YouTube did adjust the cost of memberships in certain regions. The US was not one of them, so everyone should be $1.99 still for the US. Outside the US, there's various places that they adjusted it. Say something about a filament sensor on the back as an option. There is a filament sensor in the hub. I will know more about this project and all the capabilities and stuff when we're done building it. All the print settings. Something to note is the skirts. What is this? There are 3MFs there that pre-set up the fill, the honeycomb fill there. So, okay, and then we get into the manual. So let's just do it. Let's see. One thing I did not do. So let's do this. Let's copy this. I don't know if anybody else does this. If you don't do this, this has been my favorite way of managing projects. So, actually I don't want to do that. I want to do this. I have a folder that GitHub, and I'm going to open a terminal here. And I am going to git clone, and then that address that we got from the GitHub page. And this is going to give me a local copy of that GitHub project, that when there is an update, you just run the command git space pull, and it'll pull all the latest files for you. I know that's no duh to many people here watching, but just in case someone else finds this useful. Yep. So now this, we're seeing my 50 meg down connection here. Tuxedo, thanks for the gift of memberships. There's an application called GitHub Desktop that does that with a GUI. Yes, I hate the I don't like the GitHub Desktop. I like this. I like the command line. Steve, welcome. Hey, don't knock it. See, Cobra learned something new. Never tried that. I usually download the GitHub as a zip. This is, if you can do this, this is so much nicer than downloading as a zip, because it will auto update. Well, not auto update, but you have a command you can run to grab just the updated files anytime in the future now. I like the tag idea there, Jeff. Yeah, this is a little slow. My connection. One day. Should tag the version that you actually use so you can go to the right one. Yep. For the most part, I'm not going back to things. If I'm revisiting a repo that I'm working on, I pull and I print. But I mean, if you go in here, this is my, just on this computer, I've got it broken down into, for the major projects, like the Voron stuff is in its own folder, and I think draft shift stuff, all their things are in a folder. So it works. I like it. It works well for me. Mostly just download zip. That's how I used to do it. Download the zip. It gotta be to some level of organization. I've got also, so on my NAS, I have a projects folder. So this is all the top level project stuff working on, all my different specific printers or other things. Mad Max had its own folder, you know, that kind of thing. If I need print files, I go in here, and like all the RC stuff, I've got Casadio or 3D sets, you know. All this is stored on my NAS. My calibration prints, the things that I like to print for filament calibrations and stuff. Hey, Sean, welcome. Sean and Laura. What's the shaking? We're on vacation. Oh, yeah. So, okay, there we go. Now it's done. So, what was I going to do there? That's right. There is, in the STLs, there is a skirts. Nope. Skirts. Yeah. It's called pre-sliced, but what is going on? I'm hearing noises. It's called pre-sliced, but it's actually just pre-configured for the slicer. 3MF files that set up those skirts. That's what I was doing. I was getting that so I could open, so NightOwl and the manual, so we can open up the manual. So this has a manual. It is a community project with a, of course, very well done manual. Bit more than 50 likes. Oh yeah, how are we doing today? How are we doing? And yeah, we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament at the usual time. Link is in the pin post in the description. Okay. NightOwl assembly manual. And this was recently updated. 8/18. So, all the normal stuff, print stuff, file naming, all very Voron-esque somehow. All the accreditation, crediting the other projects. Picture, okay, fasteners, and some assembly required, as outlined in the previous pages. Here, let's zoom this in. There we go. Now I can read it too. Okay, I might be having... No, things are looking okay. Huh. I was hearing noises. Is it required to have a tool head cutter to use this? I don't know if it's absolutely required. It shouldn't be. It's not for any of the others. You can do tip forming if you're doing any kind of filament swapping. Okay. Because of this, some pre-assembly of those projects should be done before you start assembling the actual NightOwl. So we have Y splitter, and we'll just get to those as we need it, as we need to. So I did not pre-insert heat sets. I really kind of wanted to. Oh, let's do one other thing. I'm going to reuse the Vertigo X tray because this is the kit. This is the NightOwl Dual AFC kit from West 3D that I'm going to be basing this build on. Cutter is easier because it doesn't require much tuning. Yep. Hey, Vernon from the Netherlands. Welcome. Oscar could be making these noises. You're absolutely right. Because you might be able to see him. You might be able to, oh yeah. You can see his ears right there. Right there, just barely. Okay, this is the kit. I picked it up at West 3D. It's on sale. It's like $80 or $90 right now. The link is in the description to the product page. This is not sponsored. I was looking for things that I could take advantage of getting while I was there, and this is one of those things that I picked up. So it has this. I've already been through here, so it's not quite in the same order, but this is the little board, controller board. We'll open that up when it gets there. Some PTFE. This is a Triangle Labs kit, so it comes with these are the steppers for the extruder, and then a bunch of hardware. There is something, I don't remember exactly what the servo's for. I don't know that we're going to end up using it, but I'm here probably for this bag for heat sets and stuff. These are the Filamentalist kits, and that's it. Got connectors, got feet. This looks like extruder hardware. The itty bittiest little zip ties I've ever seen. Wire, fan, and hardware. So let's put some of this stuff off to the side. Break out the fracks. Oop, that thing needs to be, looks like it needs to be tightened again. Occasionally I need to tighten the pre-tension the springs to keep that happy. Hey, Sanity. Welcome. There is not a whole lot of hardware. This is fantastic. Might be able to fit it basically all on in the tray. let's start with heat sets. And get these going. I'm not going to open all of these. I'll open them as I need them. They seem to be reasonably well labeled. Set those over there. Hey, Mitsu. Think of this as a 2-lane box turtle, or 2-lane MMU, or AMS, or whatever you want to, whatever term you're most used to. Hey, Bitter Bucket. Dude. Yes, that is the treats. You've already had your treats. You waiting for Dan to finish the MOG before the collab? Seems he has a lot. No, we're not. We will be interrupting his MOG build for the collab. We're waiting on parts. PCBWay has sponsored some of the build. They are doing some nice anodized, the aluminum parts for us. The Aether uses only a couple of aluminum parts, but they're doing those, and the PCB heated bed for him. I already have one. And I think that's the thing we're waiting on. And then I'm working on processing. I milled the extrusions here. I don't know which all we're actually going to need, but these are the extrusions for the antithesis. There's 40/40, 20/40, 20/20, and 15/15. I have a feeling we might not need one or so of these. But those are all cut to length and squared off on my mill, and then I need to ship them over to him. Not using SSDs on printers. Oh yeah. One of those parts that were designed by Varn, inspired by Varn, but not a Varn. Dude, what are you doing? No. You got your treats. He smells the remnants on the packaging and knocking things off the cascade here. And you know, okay, let's get this done. I should have done this ahead of time, but that's okay. We're gonna put, wow, there is 6 heat sets on each of these. He was going for the treats bag, yeah. He was going for the treats bag. It looks like there's 8 heat sets on this piece. Let's see. 1, 2, 3 block or something is nice because I can put this flat surface on it and make sure that I'm putting things in straight. Hey, Joey. This looks like a low little add-on to most printers. I think it's going to be fantastic. I'm really hoping that it's perfect for my Vertigo. That's why I printed it in the Vertigo colors. Hey, John. Hey, Spectra. Now, you back up top there? No, you went somewhere else. Oh, he's what? What are you getting into? He found a zip tie. Mr. Excuse. I'm duplicating the West 3D setup, Vertigo setup. Apparently. West 3D's Vertigo has a NightOwl sitting next to it. And to my IDEX printer, nice. Two on the bottom. And then I think there's probably two more on the inside here. Oh, they're hot. Hey, Eric. Hey, Deanna. I'm going to assume they're heat set size holes. Looks like all of them. Is that? Yep, confirmed. All of them. Wonder if so I don't have to worry about, there we are, getting my head in the way. Do. Yeah, I should have done these ahead of time. Oh well. Oh well. We are starting the tri-bench rebuild on Wednesday. It might not be exactly the order of the manual because I'm waiting for a few parts, but we'll have enough stuff to make some progress and get it going. On the side the PCB doesn't sit, they aren't needed. Well, that makes sense. I don't know which side that is at this point, so it's an extra 4 heat sets, so it doesn't save a lot of time to not put them in. Doesn't save a whole lot. It'd take more time to figure out which one it's going to be than to just put them in. So acquired your own tri-bent. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh yeah, that's right. You had some moving difficulties. What? There's nothing in there for you. He's digging in the antithesis printer parts. He's being quite... Those... I don't know what was in those new treats. He's being a little extra today. They being a little, while the one Oscar is being, like I said, extra. Let's just call it extra. One more. I feel like there's got to be something. I'll have to look at the package. There's some catnip or something in it. Oh, this one has extra extras because it has them in the, for the little, oops, yeah, there we are, extras there. This one has 10 inserts in it. The poor cats woke up to ants in their food today. Ants are awful. Stupid little things. Trident turned Doom Cube and the bottom skirt broke. Does that count for the Tribent? There's only one Tribent. Oh, two more. The last one. At least the last of these corner feet. Okay, that was 34 heat sets, right? 8 times 3 plus 10. What ASA? The black is Polymaker, Galaxy Black ASA, and the yellow is LDO Larch Gold ABS. Okay, so all of these, don't forget the heats for the MCU mount. These go into the corner labeled C1 as one of the 3 CB. Oh, one of the 3, but yeah, whatever. Oh, we have a thing here. Which one is this? Okay, not that one. Now, which side? Looks like it's this side, because there are hex holes on one side, and it looks like we insert the heat sets from this side. These are big parts. They did warp a little bit. I'm hoping it's not warp. They stuck to the plate, but they no. Hey, tinkering techie. This is going to be used on the Vertigo. At least that's the intent. That servo, Morton can probably talk about that servo more, Neil. I don't think I'm going to be using it. We will see. Hey, Flexu. Okay. Community mod EREC filament cutter. No personal experience with it, but I've heard mixed results. Yeah. Okay, those heat sets. Oh, and then on the other side, a whole bunch of heat sets. Which side is this? Is it the other piece? Is the other piece? Yep, this piece. 4 heat sets here. One, 2, 3, and 4. Two individual lanes, so you use filament loaders for stealth changer. Yeah, when I pulled one of these off the build plate, it had pulled the flex sheet up from the magnet. It was you able to grab one of your Oscar Felix maker chips at Vice. I don't have Oscar Felix maker chips, but I will bring some of mine, and I will try to bring some stickers. Hey, Peter Carter. Okay, and this is just all heat set prep. This is good. We'll get this out of the way. Got these two. Just when you're iron timed out and shut off, we found 2. Looks like that's it. Okay, last 2. Famous last words. Hey, Brent. Okay, let's get that out of the way. So now we're going to grab some heat. This will be a good test on if the kit has all the right hardware. M5 by 20. Let's see. M5 by 20. 4 of those. And the feet. Where did I put those? There they are. NightOwl XL. Okay, so nice little feet. Let's see. We are going with, which piece is this? Install the feet on all 4 corners of the bottom plate. This would be the bottom plate, the one with the hex nuts for the hex nuts cutouts. So we'll need hex nuts. So just a, this is a little different than, say, Box Turtle or Vertigo or whatever. This is a community project, although Triangle Labs has made a kit for these. This had no input from Morden, the designer. So we will make note of things that you want to be aware of with the kit, but it has no expectations from the designer to the designer. Like, I'm going to note that it is missing It is missing the hex nuts and the washers. There are no M5 hex nuts or washers, and I'm double checking that. Making sure they didn't get put somewhere else. Hey, Admiral Adama. Dead Bob, the Vertigo. Yeah, so there are some M5 nuts in the bag that has all the extruder stuff, and there's some washers. So okay, that's good. Poorly organized, I'll take over missing. I'll take poorly organized over missing. Okay, so these guys go here. These guys go here. Washers and nut. There we go. The same jump the gun with the EMU kits. Yeah. Wrench. Or way oversized in your Triangle Lab kit. Well, these seem to be okay. The feet look good. Then we'll just match this up on the sides before we tighten it down. That worked well. Poorly organized over missing is the story of my life. Sure these are nice and flush. We're tightening down. Just rinse and repeat. For M3s threaded into plastic. No, because they're clearance holes. They're clearance, so I don't know. We haven't gotten there in the instructions yet. They line up. They seem to line up. They tighten on the corner pieces. Okay, well. Oh, yeah. Yep, they go up into there. That makes sense. Okay, it sits on its own. Frame assembly. Pay attention to magnet polarity, later installed on the top panel with opposing polarities. That makes sense. Let's see. Are there magnets? That holding something else. Oh, they're for holding these. Tuxedo. They go here. And they screw through and attach the corners to the thing. This is nicely open, clearanced for those hex nuts. Let's go there. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's the magnets. So, Morton, I wanna do a quick. Would these benefit from being N52s? Would it hold together a little better if they were N52s? Oh, these feel pretty good. These actually feel pretty good for magnets. I don't know what they are, but let me see. Let me compare. Let me compare those to actual. Oh, shoot. I had stuck my N52 magnets to the side of my workbench there, and when I was changing the height of it, working on the Vertigo, it mangled up my package of N52 magnets. It doesn't matter, there are locating features in the top panel to help keep it in place. Okay. I'm just kind of get a feel on how strong these are. They're not quite as strong, but these are actually pretty good magnets. I have no complaints of the magnets that came in the kit. A string of N52s. I don't know what I'm going to do with that now. Here, it can stick right there. Oh, shoot. Let me wrap this up. There are 8 holding the top on. Okay. There, I'll put those back over there where they're not going to get messed up. I imagine I'm probably going to want to have some glue here just in case. And then we're going to put magnets in all of these. Here it has a line in the middle. Okay, let's get go ahead and do one here. Just do this one. Just gonna pick a direction. Oh, I think these are gonna be tight enough. I might not even need glue. These are pretty tight. Ah, shoot. Okay. Well, we're gonna do the push it into the table. I think these are tight enough. They're not gonna need glue. Especially since they're just holding a top on. So I'm not going to bother gluing any of the others. But we are going to make sure they all go in the same way. Pushing them down into the table. There we go. Should. Yep. Oh, hey, Chromatic. Hey, Jim. 1, 2, 3 block. Yeah, that would work too. But there's all those with magnets. What is this? M3x6 flathead. Where does that go? Is this a stray label here, Morton? M3x6 flathead. That didn't go in before those, right? No. Is this a stray label? They were not actually hexagonal. They were not actually hexagonal. From a previous design for the magnets. Okay. These were not. They were just tight. Hey, Jeff. But we do use hexagonal holes for round press fits quite a bit. They use countersunk magnets in an earlier version. Ah. Okay, M3x12s. 3x12s and screw the corners in. This probably makes... Okay. And install the connector corner. Take the corner labeled C1 on the bottom and install it in the corner of the bottom plate with the matching C1 label. Aha! It is labeled. It's CB, C1. Nice. This guy. Let's here. Tried printing Polymaker Clear PC this week and wasn't very successful. Anybody find the right settings? Warped like crazy. Well, that is PC. I am going to, even though you don't see these, I am going to swap out the, I'm hoping I can do it with all of these. I'm going to swap out the nickel plated hardware because it'll match the Vertigo. Hey, Timor. Bunch of stuff from PC blend can't stop it from warping in a 70 chamber. Their regular PC blend, I have a hard time printing anything bigger than like gears for the RC stuff. It does warp a lot. Install the MCU mount corner. It has the additional heat sets. You probably guessed it, but the M5 screw is too long. Oh yeah. Washer stuff. Take a breather. We've barely even begun. But if this was a Prusa product, you could treat yourself to Golden Baron. And then we've got, okay, so let's get the rest of these, I guess the other one on. So we would go any of these since I put the heat sets in all of them. Polymax PC is pretty easy to print. Their PC blend works pretty well, at least in my experience. I've been printing it for a long time without super hot chamber temperatures. The Filament PC blend, not the carbon fiber. The carbon fiber stuff is super easy, but the regular stuff is a little challenging to print. Okay, we got this guy, and we get to pull out the board. Tear tab. Okay, so enraged rabbit burrow. Doing here, we are doing in 3x6s. 2. Orange, but giving up on her and move to my normal pet G stuff. Or pet GF. I think I'm hearing a spool coming, the windings loosening up as it pulls filament. Just use 2 EBB 36s on the dual night watch instead of a dedicated board. I don't know. I don't know what IO is needed for this. Probably. Oh, and one more. Where did those go? Top corner. These just thread into plastic. Has anyone gotten an ERCF V2 to run reliably? I have never built an ERCF V2. Shows the Physetic ERB, that's what we're using. Oh, there's a, looks like there's a heat sink goes on this thing. New board coming just for NightOwl. Nice. Hey, Thunder Keys. I think I saw a note of that board. Okay. What do we have here? Wow, that's a tight fit. That's right in there. Get this over here and try to get this on nice and straight. Is that done? Hey, it just finished. Another batch of boron maker chips. Okay, so that there. I don't know what these other two heat sinks, where they need to really go. Doesn't. This is for the big one is for the TMC drivers. And then install that with some N3x6s. That goes up in there. Let's just put these aside. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have never used any of the filament joiners. Okay, that is in there. Okay, so we need to build the dual night watch. So let's switch gears to that. Probably put this thing on there. And 3x8. That I'll do different from an EMU system. It's 2 lanes, it's different. They're very similar. I don't have any experience with the EMU though. Okay, these guys go in here. Thread on to here. No. That says in 3x8s, but they're bottoming out first. I will put a pause on that because I don't think we actually need that at the moment. I want to make sure I'm not missing something. But in 3x8s bottom out in this part when threaded in right there. We need to build a dual night watch. So Heart K1213 GitHub. One flies, the other does not. Good point. Good point. Okay. I think it's miscellaneous, Voron mods, extruders, dual night watch. So, we will be building this from CAD, which means, oh boy. Let's copy this. This is going to take a while. Hey, Schlunky. I saw you earlier. I forgot to say hi. This back to here. Okay, make directory, Heart K. And then git clone this. And I'll have to rename that. It should be Heart K1213. There is no manual. We're not surprised. But we can start gathering parts for this. So we have a piece there. And a couple of pieces there. And a piece there. And a couple of these. One of those. I printed extras of these. So we'll have to figure out which ones we need or not. Those. And this is the Y splitter. Trying to keep my hands got like a kilo of PETG that could save. I've just been allowing the filament run out to take care of it. Actually, when I was printing the Vertigo, I took the opportunity to grab every last 100 grams that was left on spools and just did big plates and just swapped it out as it needed to. Recently said the single night watch manual and just do it twice. This is going to take a while because I'm cloning that entire repo, which has a lot of stuff in it. I should have done that before. See what we can figure out. There is a little bit of cleanup I want to do just because these are parts that go together. Just going to do some flat, just get the peaks down. Just get those peaks. Did you say, if you're not interested in the whole rep history, did you say something else, Brian? Did it block the first thing you said? Because it looks like that was a continuation. I want this whole thing on here anyway. If it takes too long, I'll download the CAD individually and get it loaded into Fusion, but I want the whole repo on here anyway for general use. It's just in these corners, just these little peaks. Makes things fit together better. Clean it up. Just a FYI, YouTube for some reason doesn't show me any moderator messages. It is working on that. It's 72% done. It might be relatively. Yes, there are some online tools just to download a specific folder in GitHub repo. Got it. It blocked that for some reason. Weird. Not showing at all. If this gets to 100% and doesn't have it, then I will download it individually. But let's start up Fusion. Can't stay in the stream for long. Building a Trident in your LDO kit stream's a lifesaver. Just wanted to say thank you. Awesome. Thanks to Mr. Corn. We are getting ready to start another Trident build series on Wednesday. So it doesn't show up on my chat when you hit approve. That's a problem. It doesn't show up on the overlay, and I understand that. But it should show up because I'm just looking at the raw studio stream interface. Hey Zarp. Update later. This is not a new shenanigan. It's been this problem for a long time. Hey Andres. Hey Eric. If I were using there for smoothing file. Oh, just some flat. It's just a small file that I got off of Amazon or something at one point. Seems reasonably good quality. So just a flat square file. I should see messages as they're approved though. And that's really weird. It doesn't show it in the main stream chat when it gets approved, which is a problem. That's one of those things that I have no faith in YouTube support being able to help me with. So it makes it very difficult to get started on that ticket path. Let's go here. Dual night watch. Dual night watch. Did this finish? It did. Okay. So let's go in here and upload. GitHub. Okay, miscellaneous, forum mods, extruders, dual night watch, CAD, and this guy. Finish my Trident R1 build. Need to do the fan skirts and never more than 2, and I'll print the remaining R2 parts on the Trident. Awesome. Let's upload that. What do we got? 11:21. Hey, we're doing, I feel like we're doing pretty good. Upload complete. Support sucks unless your problem affects their ad. Yeah, that's why it's hard to get started, because I don't trust that there will be a useful outcome and just a lot of wasted time. Another CG. Thanks for the thumbs up. Okay, so this is good. This really what I needed is things like, that's an M3 by 25. Hey, it comes with M3 by 25s. Diamond encrusted one. They work great for me and come in some wild shape. Okay, so I think, let's see, hardware, heat sets. Aha, we can kind of get a, where the, okay, that is in this piece. Get a pretty good idea of where all these heat sets go. Let's get rid of motion. Let's get rid of filament sensors and fasteners. There we go. And let's get those construction line out of there. Now we can just see where the heat sets are. I can just go in here and hide a few things. See which ones go here. I'm just hitting V to hide bodies, and then I can get an idea of where I need heat sets. So it looks like there's 10 heat sets in this bottom piece, all in that. Yeah, okay. Oh, let's go here. Hey, Jeff. Okay, this works. So this piece gets 10 heat sets in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There. There's the first 4. Good look in there. That one got a little bit into the side of this on the edge of my thing. So I'm just gonna kind of clean that up a little bit. Okay. Then we have 2 down the middle. Huh. So this, if I was looking at this, I would think all 3 of these need heat sets. It might be that one is just missing in the CAD. Is there a... Yeah, it looks like... I think that needs a heat set. So I think it's just missing. So add one more. I think it's just missing in the CAD. Because there's this cover, all of this has holes going all the way through, and the cover has a spot. I think it probably needs it. Nice and flush in there. Oh, this is awful view. You basically get a view of the back of my hand. And one more. Okay, so that's all those. Hey, Gurgman. Planning on using this with the Vertigo. Got a little bit of plastic on there. Clean it off with a nozzle brush. Little CNC nozzle brushes are really nice. CNC Kitchen. They're very dense, very nicely dense and fine bristles on it. I like them. Hey, Clownhammer, welcome. Okay, so that is those. I know these are going to need a heat set. And these, because of the odd shape, I just hold and freehand it. Freehand it, get it most of the way in, and then push it into the table to make sure it went in straight. That seems to work pretty well. There are 3 of these because I printed too many. I need to make sure I get the mirrored one. So that is the mirrored one. This one probably matches one of these. So put that off to the side. Push it into the table. And then do these need any? I don't think so. None of those need it. So the next piece that gets... So these 2 are the shuttle ones. That's a shuttle one and that's a shuttle one. So the only other 2 heat sets are up in here. These 2 holes here. Yeah. Okay. Sweet. I think that is it for heat sets. Still sits in its deconstructed state since March. Summer is simply no time for an indoor hobby. That's a matter of opinion. It's way too hot sometimes. Okay, let's put this over there. Let's grab this bag, which seems to have the hardware in here. .5 millimeter glass balls. I wonder why. I wonder why a glass ball instead of a metal bearing. Anyway, let's set that aside and let's build up. Let's see what this looks like with motion. Yeah. So this will give us a idea on how these gears go in here. So we'll have a couple of bearings. So these two are the shuttles, and then I've got two of these. Yep, those look to be the mirrored ones. So let's get rid of that, and then two of these. Those are the mirrored ones. Okay. Get rid of that. Okay. They cannot be magnetic. They're non-magnetic. I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I don't know why it matters. Hey, Garrett. Okay, so two of those. And then idler setup. Oh, this is the full BMG gear setup for one side and the setup for another side. And then we should have some bearings. There we are. Some MR85 bearings. So we have 4 of these. So I'm going to start on one side here. That's an idler. This is the drive one. Now these are going on like this. 1.5 millimeter driver. I'm putting this on just a little bit, and I accidentally grabbed the ball end one. I don't want the ball end one. Where is normal one? Here we are. So I'm just putting this on temporarily. I'm going to use it as the press for these bearings. So get that there and press a bearing into there. Do the same thing on the other side. Press that there. And then this side, the other side. Push this straight into the go. Set in. And this guy. Hey, George. Pressed all the way in. Okay. And then this will have to be adjusted, but oops. Those are in the same amount. Okay. Now, these are going to go in like that. Where is the... Oops, the other way. I go the other way. So that flip this around. Where is the filament path? So this guy, yeah, this guy goes on there. Now there are some bearings. We need to assemble some switches and the filament sensors in here. This is where all this goes. Let's see. Before we get too far, let's work on that, I guess. Let's turn on the filament sensors, turn off the motion. Ooh, we have to make ourselves a little thing. Okay, let's see what this came with. That's fan. Is this the... Oh, no, here's some switches. What are these? QIAOH. I was just looking at the brand because I noticed the little off-color switch. Okay, we are going to need to build this. So these guys are going to go in here like this. There's a glass ball. That goes in. Don't want to lose these. Glass ball goes in there. Switch goes on here, and then we should be able to I can hear it clicking. Okay, this was there a what are these? Little shim washers. Was there a... Oh, there's more switches. There's switches out the wazoo here. Not those switches. I need a... There's the 2x10 self-tappers. I'm running bulk. Probably want to solder the switches first. Yep, I'm kind of planning this out. Figuring out what... Oh, cool. These are going to go in here. And then, of course, these guys go here and here. So those are all the switches. There's some wire path straight through. It's off to the side. Put this thing in here. Figure this out. Figure this out a little bit. Looking for the connector. If it came with the connector or not. There's more shims. Oh, it comes with a variety of shims. These are 0.3. These are 0.2. Those can go away. Heat shrink. A couple of leverage. These are the... Oh, it came with an extra glass ball. That's good. But glass balls and springs for the CC2 canvas. They didn't put hardened steel. Wear out just a little filament. Interesting. Okay. This is filament cutter thing. This is the servo thing, but I don't see the connector. I don't see the connector for this. It doesn't look like it came. It doesn't look like it came with this 4-pin connector. That's okay. I have them, but just unless I'm missing it here somewhere in some random bag, it looks like it did not come with. It did not come with the connector. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, I'm finding all the other connectors. You can also directly wire them up. Might be less fiddly too. I like the idea of doing a connector, so I don't mind doing it. These little kits. That goes in there. Does this fit in here? Not really. There's a little bridge there. I don't know if that's getting in the way. Just a little too tight of a, oh, I'll just break it out of the way. That's fine. That will end up going something like that. Just ran wires out. It was absent. Okay. That is going to be, I don't know how fiddly that's going to be. How is it supposed to be wired? Are these individual? Does the pin out? I guess I'll just, ooh, that'll be interesting. I'm assuming this should be normally closed. Okay. Just thinking. I think they should be individual. So I was going to wire 2 of them to 2 pins. And 2 of them, or 1 of them to 2 pins and 1 of them to the other 2 pins. I mean, we could probably do a common pin between them, but I don't think it makes sense from a wiring point of view. Okay, let's see here. Let's pull this out of here. Let's get the center pin out of the way. Let's just bend it. Let's just bend the center pin down. Bend the center pin down. And This is going to be the longest part of this whole build. But that's okay. That's okay. We're normally open for filament sensor. For a wire break, it assumes no filament and pause. Seems depressed as filament inserted. That makes sense. Okay. Normally open for filament sensor, which means I need to bend this back. In which case, well, that might make things a little easier. That makes sense. Okay. Let me bend this thing back then. I get to do this once. If I bend it again, it's probably toast. Okay. If this is going here, so let's take these. I'm gonna bend this wire off to the side. Both of these off to the side. Okay. Oh yeah, this is gonna be easy. So I'm actually gonna do all this in situ. So let's put the screws and hold these in place. This is not gonna be quite as fiddly as it could be. So that one I have the glass ball in there. So let's go ahead and put this in here. This might be hard to get a good camera angle on doing it, but there's that one in there. Need another glass ball. On the other side, put this one in. Yeah, I'm going to grab a little piece of filament and make sure that these are actuating okay. Okay, so if I push this through, I should get a good click on the switch. Yep, I can hear it switching. Let's double check I'm not hearing something else. Let's just put this in. Should get a pull it out. Nothing. Okay. Do the same thing on the other side. Out. Nothing. Okay. Cool. Because I don't want to have to, I guess once I'm done here, I'll be able to pull it out. Bend this one over just a hair. Let's get the, oops. Shoot. Okay. I think this is pretty easy, I think. What am I missing? Coffee. Nope, done with coffee. Other drink. Let's do this camera. Oh! Let's try that. That? Yeah. Okay, this is hot. Some solder. And for these, for the normally open pin, oops, I need to bend things around. I think if I bend these, bend that up a little bit, I think I can solder bridge that for that connection, and it'll turn out just fine. For the other one, I'll solder in a little jumper. Hey, Mike. So, let's try it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Huh. Come on. That connection. Oh, oh. Perfect. Okay. Now, the trick is going to be to cut a couple little curves. Little bends. What am I going to use for those jumpers? I used to have a whole bunch of cutoffs for jumpers. I don't anymore. Let's see. Going to use. I don't really have much for solid core wire. You know what? Why don't I just take something I'm not going to be using? Here, I've got a bunch of these. I'm just gonna pull some legs out of these. I don't. This is gonna be fine. These things are cheap and easy. I've got, just grab 2 of these. Oh, it's trying to focus on the back of the camera there. So that, hopefully these are long enough. I'm not sure that these are going to be long enough. Actually, 2. Let's see. Tweezers. Oh, it's going to be just barely long enough. Perfect. Whew. It's going to be an interesting solder job. Break out the and where's the other one that I pulled? There it is. You know where you're going to use the kit. Hey, Tiago. Makes a great solid. Yes, they do. You're absolutely right. I don't actually know where anything like that is at this very moment. Okay, so 2 of those. Let's heat this up. Long solid legs that join 2 females together. Oh, that would work too. Yeah, I think this will be fine. This will be fine. This NightOwl, Tiago, I'm using for the vertigo. That's the plan. Okay, so we're just gonna tin the tips of these. Then set that aside. Get in here. How big is that? I'm gonna need this to be very stable. Will this... Aha, there we go. Very stable. Cat 5 cable. So this is hilarious because these are all the things that ran through my mind. Literally, Cat 5 cable came in my mind as a source of solid core wire. That's hilarious. Okay, so I'm gonna tin these. The trick is I don't want to do this without touching. There we go. There we go. That and that. So all of those are tinned. Now, take one of these. Ah. Look at that. Isn't that perfect? That is pretty, that's pretty fantastic. Hey, Zero G. Justin, how are you? Haven't seen you in a long time. Yes, the Isix controller has been mentioned. Okay, can I do that again? I gotta turn things around. Melted the part into oblivion. I know the view isn't great, but oh, that didn't get a good connection. Oh. Stupid suction cup. Oh, come on. Oh, there it is. These are not the best tweezers. Oh, you know what? This is exactly why I have these bad boys. When I need good tweezers, sharp. Oh, so much better. Ah, shoot. That joint just doesn't want to stay. I'll reinforce it here in a second. See if we can get this other side. There we go. There. That will be good. Ah. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. So, I think the fill it with something for reinforcement is valid, but I think it's fine. I think it's very valid. Maybe some hot glue in there or something, but I'm gonna leave it. Okay, 2 down, 2 to go. This does not need heat shrink. This is going to be like that. There is no chance of anything getting in there. So as long as it's not, clearance is clearance, it'll be fine. They are flipped this way. They are flipped this way, so the pins are correct. I did check these for function before I soldered it together. So this is the common pin. This one, let's see. Let me double check because, yeah, yep. So if we look on here, this one closest, this one here is the common pin. And when you flip it around, it's still the common pin, and the center one, oops, and the center one is the normally open. So, and I did double check that by doing the continuity test with the filament in and out before. So. We have clearance. Actually turned out better than I thought it was going to. That would not have been as easy if we tried to do normally closed. I do watch. I do, but you know, sometimes those tweezers can go away. Now we need to do these guys, and these just need wires soldered onto them because there's no area for a connector. So we just need wires to go off to, just long enough to go off to the but it would be doable. Yes, it just wouldn't have been as easy. What do we have here? That's a long fan wire. We don't need the fan wire to be that long. We can steal some of this wire, probably. Yeah, this is 3 feet of fan wire. Ooh, but it's not. Let's fix that. Get these back down in the strain relief. I'm sure this thing is gonna suck or blow, but hey, I'm Spanster. 52 minutes till giveaway. Don't forget to like the stream. Exactly. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna steal some of this wire. There's probably wire in here. There's wire over here. Oh, there's wire here. This, I think, is what was intended for it. This is silicone wire. Silicone insulated wire. Delivery company ordered the Prusa Core 1 Plus and Gen 2 upgrade kit. Delivery company lost it. What in the world? Okay, how long is this gonna need to be? Where does this thing go? Let's go here. Put this thing over there. Where is this versus that? That's the back. Okay, that's the back. Where does the fan go? Let's say if it goes here, the worst it's going to need is if we go around the bend, something like that, and then still have this much wire. So here to here to here. Where does this thing go? This thing does something like that. Either way, whichever way it is, we probably don't need much more than about that much wire each, right? Yeah. Let's do something like that. And something like that. And that still leaves all the wire for the fan. Okay. Those will leave. Do the same thing here. Actually, it doesn't matter. I'll end up cutting those off anyway, but whatever. I guess we can use their little heat shrink things. Yeah, we don't need them to be that long. We'll cut them in half. Yeah, they do. They are very, very branded boxes. They say Prusa all over them. What's the solder? In the wires. And which one? These two. There we go. I'm assuming that I will be able to... Where's my heat gun? Where is my heat gun? Oh, there it is. I'm assuming I'll be able to sneak this through the... Get that warm. Where'd this go? Show glass ball. There we go. Glass ball goes in there. And the self-tappers. There we go. Glass balls in there. This thing goes like that. There we go. Yep. Yep, I can hear it very clearly. Hey, Bob. Hey, look at this, Bob. We just did that. See ya, Andres. Okay, so that's one of them done. Then the other one is just rinse and repeat. It is the extruder, the dual extruder for this dual spool filament manager thingamajibber. The one ought to be on here too. There it is. Oh, it's definitely a bomb in a box. This is definitely a only missing one thing so far that is pretty optional. The little connector. It's the only thing confirmed missing so far. This thing, the OmniFixo, is indispensable. So useful. Oh, of course, I just drop it on the floor. Okay, and now one more glass ball. Doop. And this one goes like that. Two more screws here. It did pass the drop test. Why are you not going? No, you're right there. Let's try this one. Here we go. Okay, now let's see. Yep. I can hear it. Sissy Kid, not that it really matters. Any particular reason why you soldered the red lead to the common pin? I did not. I soldered the black lead to the common pin and the red lead to the normally open pin. Common is the one on the end. There is no reason. There is no reason. I just figured black, common, ground doesn't matter. It's not. Each spool has its own extruder feeder. Yep. Yes, there will be communication with the printer and all through this little controller that's part of this. This is what we've built so far. We built this far, and then we got diverted to the figure it out on your own from CAD assembly for the for this. So those are in. So here is the CAD, and I am making all kinds of mess here for me. Get this stuff out of the way. Am I going to use it? I have no idea. Honestly, I have no idea what the next steps are on this yet. The thought was this is a good filler build stream. I just bought this NightOwl kit at West 3D when I was there a couple of weeks ago. And then I realized that Daniel and I aren't going to be ready for the antithesis builds this weekend. So this was a good filler. If we're not ready by next weekend, then I'm assuming I won't be done with this and we'll finish it up. Okay, that is on, and we can put motion back in, and we can start putting these bits together. So let's get the fasteners in. So these are all the M3x25s. I wonder if I have M3x25s in these nickel plated. I do. Nice. Okay. Someone previously mentioned there's a manual for single night watch. You just double it, but you don't need it anyway. Yeah, I saw that. But from the CAD, there's enough different that I need to look in here anyway. So that's fine. I think we just start putting things together. What is this guy? Oh, it uses one of those. I'm not going to do that because I think it's unnecessary. That's a little limit, travel limiter. Okay. I think that can go on there. There are two. What is this guy? Where is that guy? Oh, I see. I know where that is. Okay. So these guys get they have a little built-in support. And then they get a M2x10 going in there. The anti-squish screw I don't use. Usually. This guy goes in here as a rebar screw. There we go. That just goes in there. One in each of these. Figure it out from CAN is how we used to do it always. Figure it out from CAD, not CAM, CAD. Okay, that goes there. This guy goes here. These will go, oops, that's this side. These are mirrored. There we go. That'll go in there like that. Hey, Dr. Dave. I'm representing. Quadrangles. Okay. There are some screws here. Dungeon Crawler Carl, anti-squish offends the AI. I just finished book 1. Okay. This guy here, M3 by 25. I think we can put, oh, okay. Never mind. Let's do this then. Let's get this thing together. And grease. Not the movie. Grease. And the paper towel. Continuing book 5 on the flight that leaves in an hour. Okay. We're going to put these things together. So, here's what I do here. I wipe off the cat hair. That's the first step. Put a little bit of grease in there. Plug the end with my finger, and pushing this in causes it to squeeze out the bearings. Do the same thing. Really squeeze out the bearings. And then just kind of wiggle. Gets a nice little bit of grease on there. You've also just finished book 1. I like it. I think it's very entertaining. I'm having a good time with it. I'm about an hour, maybe a little more than an hour into book 2. Okay, these guys snap into there. Oops, both sides. Come on. Ah, there we go. Make sure it spins freely. A full cast until I saw an interview. Yeah, the voice narrator, actor, whatever. What do you call the voiceover work by Hayes? Something Hayes? What's the guy's name? Is fantastic. Jeff Hayes. There we go. Okay, there's one. And then we have the second one. Narrator. Voice actor, narrator, whatever. Absolutely fantastic. That so makes a book, an audio book. I've got enough here that I think I can do both. Yep. Not Isaac Hayes, no. Okay. That goes in there. This goes in here. Make sure it still spins. I thought the Project Hail Mary narrator was absolutely fantastic. I enjoyed Will Wheaton doing the Martian. Andy Serkis for Lord of the Rings was fantastic. I listened to Lord of the Rings quite a while ago, the full thing on audiobook. That was really good. It's all been audiobook for me. Hey, John, how are you? Okay, those are greased. Now we can go back to this because these This was the 25. Yeah. These guys need to go in here. This goes in here. There we go. Ooh, it's just a little too long. Let me see if a 20 will still grab threads. See if a 20 will still grab threads. It might not. Ah, it does. I think that'll be fine. I'll use a 20 instead of pushing into the back. It barely grabs, but I think it'll be okay. Hey, Nebulous. Paige is doing Princess Donut's voice for the live action series. Shoot. That one does not grab. Why does one grab and not the other? Was this actually a 20? No. What? That was not a 20. I grabbed the wrong thing. That's why it didn't grab. Okay, that one's not grabbing either. That's a 20. That's annoying. That means that this is gonna push. That means that this is gonna push out the back. No, I just grabbed from the wrong container. But yeah, as soon as that goes in, it starts pushing right there. That should have, yeah, and see, it's not even tight. That's annoying. That's not okay. Should have just put a hole here. I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing. Let's pull these out. Let's see, do I have a little drill bit? Let me make sure. I mean, it's that screw right there. It's a pivot point for the guidler. It is an M3 by 25. I just need something to push through here. Pin vise. Now, grab a bigger bit for the back side. Make sure I just get the plastic and not the heat set in there. There we go. Out of way. Now, let's see how this does with a 25mm screw. Could then, hey Mitch. It is a 2-channel MMU. It absolutely can be. Now that sticks out just a little bit. I mean, that just shows you that this is not, I'm disappointed. I am disappointed. That means that's not going to sit flush, which means I probably file those down if that's the worst that we have going on. Hey, John. Yeah, that's annoying. It's really interesting though. Why didn't a 20mm work fine? Because that's sticking a good millimeter past the heat set. I guess it's just barely. I guess that's it. It's just barely. So. Okay. Whatever. And then. So it looks like. Let's start putting things back. So the shuttle, that goes there. These are the guidlers. Then this piece goes on now. Fasteners means we have this guy here. These are all M3x25s. That one. That one. Yeah. All of those go in there. I have no idea what I'm doing for software. I have no idea. So I've used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 M3x25s. There are 10 that were included. So trying to keep track of if the count is right or not. Oh, that. Oh, I might have to pull that out and put the. I have to pull that out and put the shuttle on there. I also may have to figure out, yeah, let's pull these out. I also need to figure out what's not gonna, or what's gonna play happy with the vertigo stuff. Okay, these guys are gonna go in here. That goes like that. Then I want to align the just lining up the filament. Can't really see it because of the bearings, but I can see it right here. Throw this guy through here too. Yeah. I would recommend going to AFC. It's turned out to be the community favorite in the Sense Hub, and wiring diagram matches their default config for a very simple setup. Perfect. Okay, so that one's done. And this one. This is pretty much right on the thing. So this guy. Oh, shoot. I put it on backwards. go. Okay, then these guys get these. Spring washer, this, and which one is this? It goes there, which means I think that one. I think that one is right there. Oh, jeez. What happened? Why did that not just thread in? Oh, because it is. It is a strong spring. There we are. I think that goes like that. And okay. It goes on after. That's not the one anyway. Try this one. There we go. That's the one that goes there. And that goes there. Goes on here. And oh shoot. Got it. Order of operations here. Now this guy goes in here. This guy goes over there. This goes in here. We're getting there. Okay, now that I can go in there, there. I think. What goes there? Those are just holes. Okay. This. We've got a okay motors to put on. There we go. I can do that. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, I think I can get to that. Okay. Kyle, I found a problem. Cool to see a NightOwl build. Use mine all the time. Those are the called for M3 by 25s, and they stick out. I had to drill holes. Otherwise they were pushing on the plastic. And a 20 doesn't hit the heat set. So, FYI, they're too long. I'm gonna file those down. Okay, this, and then these screws. Yeah, that is interesting. You know what? That's not a 20. It says it's an M3 by 25. Is this actually in the CAD? Nope, it's 22. It's 22. It's 22. So yes, it's the 25 that should be there. Probably there is plenty of room to just not sink it in so far here and that's probably what happened. Is that was labeled as a 25 is actually a 22. You sink it in until it'll touch the heat set. It's actually not that one. It's oh, there isn't room. Never mind, that was the wrong one. The one we're talking about is here, and there's not enough room. So something has to change there. Maybe, I don't know. I think it might just have to make this bottom plate thicker. Maybe the bottom plate needs to be thicker by a millimeter, and then it'll be fine. That would be the easiest, just bump and done. Bump. You have to say bump when you do it though. Okay. That screw there is this one, which is an M3 by 8. Snip the bolt. Oh, I'm gonna grind it down. Since it's already there, I'm gonna do it post install. M3 by 8. Washer between this and the no. Well, yeah, I could. You know what? I like that idea. Because if I grind those, they're going to heat up. I might just add some spacers. That's a good idea. Okay, am I missing anything before I move on to putting the stepper on here? Oh, I've got to put the... Where does that go? Oh, that goes through that. Yep, that's what I'm missing. Anti-vibration washer. I love it. That's exactly what we'll call it. Okay, which way do these go? Does it go that way or that way? I think it goes that way. Or does it go that one? This has to come off anyway. I guess I'll look at it in the CAD. Never mind. Could print just the bottom 5 layers. That's a good point too. That's a good point. Okay, let's see which way these go. They go like that. Okay. We're looking at this. These guys go like, oops, I gotta actually pull that out of there. That goes there. Get those. Oops. Shoot. Where are you? Damn it. Hey, Jimmy John. Hey, Jack Prince. There we go. Oop. Cool. And the other one. Here. There we go. key in? We do. We have 8 minutes till giving away. Giving away some filament. Okay, so now those lock in. That looks good. These go on. And these guys. Oops. Let's relieve that tension. It'll make it easier to put these plates on. There we go. Yeah. I'll put an 8mm here. There and there. And then, so that means there is 25 here. Mount the motors first. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I thought it was going to be easy enough to get the screws in for them. Let's see. Let's get a motor out. We've got 7 minutes. Is that just 2 extruders and 1 body? Yep. Exactly what it is. It's our little something 1 amp pancake stepper from Triangle Labs. It comes with a DuPont connector. Bye-bye. We're not using a DuPont connector. Okay. I was planning, so if we did this, we set this thing in here. The stepper screw there is an M3 by 8. Go. And then the other one, the adjustment screw. M3 by 20. One of the screws is not accessible once the plate is screwed on. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm going to use one of these and a washer. As far as I can see, they're accessible. Why is that there? Maybe. Okay, that doesn't work. Let's see. There we go. The pivot went from inside the motor on yours. Why is that? I guess that works. That's fine. Yeah. That's one side. We need to adjust that, but we can't. Can I get to... gearbox side of the plate? So I don't have a way of getting to the spur gear Maybe I can see it. Can I see it in here? Trying to get a, I can't really see in there. Yeah, can't get to that. I don't know how to set mesh on this. I can't set mesh. So we'll do it by feel to the best that we can. This goes here. So we're just going to touch it off and just let it kind of tighten in place. That's going to be about as good as we can do it, I think. Unless I'm missing something. Cool, there's one. Full in and back of hair. Yep, that's what I just did. Just kind of let it settle in place. There's one of them. So let's do, we got 2 minutes until filament giveaway. Let's do that, then we'll finish off this little contraption here. Didn't need these because they didn't fit. Okay, link is in the pinned post in the description. Get your entries in. It's really hard to do paper with this. That is a typical method there. True 3D effects, that's common in RC cars and stuff. It's just there's such a small area on most of these extruders. You can't really do it. You kind of just have to look for that barely perceptible rock back and forth. Okay. Let's see. How many times the maximum, so I roll the dice. So in order to make this a reasonable amount of time for the 3-second countdown, this year we started rolling the dice for the maximum number of times that I will reset it. Because when we have a new entry, I reset the countdown. So we're only going to reset once. That doesn't come up often. But today we're only resetting once. And this is a cube that the GPs designed when we were building the black box. So that's the giveaway countdown reset. Let's see. Wheel of names. I have not printed TPU bellows, but I want to. Let's see, there's that. And it is time, so get your entries in. It does usually fall in 3, yep. We have 174 people in right now. The countdown is starting. 3, 2. It is very biased to 3, yep. How many people did I say we had? Okay, the first and only reset. This is the final countdown. Get your entries in. 3, 2, 1. Will it be in favor of maker chips? Too many. Getting a NightOwl in my Trident. Nice. Okay, done. About 3 or 4 people got in my little delay there. So you're all lucky. Who got the last one? You're going to do a community build. What do you mean? Philip got in there first before I even posted it in chat. Bob, you got in last. Morden, you were second to last. You almost got it. Okay. Oh, you were talking to Ella. Thanks. What is this? We have like I don't know. Let's just say about 21 days until Orange County Maker Faire. It could be something. It could be around there. 1/21. 1/21. I do need that button. Maurice's birthday is in 4 days. We need to remember to say happy birthday on Wednesday. Happy birthday today, just in case you don't make it, but Wednesday. Philip, you were here. You got in the first entry with 7. You said 7. We're gonna do 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have not read the Bobiverse series. I've heard a lot about it. I need to put it on the list. Who do we got? We are spinning. Shuffle 7 and spinning. And who do we got? The GPs. Are you here? Are you here? The GPs. Congratulations, Neil. I'm going to start a timer anyway. You got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to say something. There you are. Congrats. And I think that's the full coupon now for the UK. So you don't read very well though. It does say your YouTube display name. Congrats. DDC is my comfort blanket. What is DDC? Dungeon? No. What is DDC? Here, let's see. Drafts. Oh. Congratulations. You put in the GPs. What's on the screen? Okay, you should have an email, hopefully, any moment now. It's sent. Congrats. Dungeon crawler. Oh, yeah. I don't care for those. Well, yeah. Anyway, okay, let's keep going. I recycled a page here. What did I recycle? Oh, just the GitHub. Remove the link. Thank you. Unpin the message. And delete from the text the description. 2-minute timer is up. Back to the build. Not been that good. The first ones are excellent. Okay. What is this NightOwl? It is a 2-spool. Basically, think of it as a 2-spool MMU, AMS, box turtle style system. Okay, where are we? We are building this. This is a good point. Let's see. Let's see if we can get any. I don't know that I'll be able to discern the. See if I can move this back. Yeah, I can't tell. With the tension on it, I can't tell what it's doing. So let's just go back to go all the way in. I mean, what I did do is confirm that they are meshed. So that was a good thing to put the filament in there. I'm just going to pull it off just a little bit. At least this isn't super important. It's just the feeder. So, like the infinity spool. What do you mean? it should be able to, configured correctly, we should be able to do continuous like failover. Yeah, I want it to go that way. I think I want them all to go all out this way. This guy. So now this is a little V notch. So this goes, this could be a little finicky maybe to get in. There we go. Not too bad. Just commercial offering. Oh, okay. I have no idea what that is. Okay, and another 25 right here. And then all down the middle. You know what? I think a 20 will fit there. I'm going to split these up between just barely, but 20s will be fine. 25s is what go there. I'm just load balancing my available screws and what I think I use more of. Okay, so that's those. And this guy goes in there. A 3x8 here. Oops. See you, Admiral Adama. Yeah. That goes there. Then the 3x20. Yep. Goes down into here. Like that. Actually, I think I am going to flip this around a little bit. I want to use, let's go back to using 25s here because I want to use a button head here instead of a socket head. It calls for a socket head, but a button head is very ever so slightly wider. So it's a little better for this one. Big googly eyes once finished because it's an owl. I did not intend this, but I noticed that the thumbnail was very owl-like. Did anybody else notice that? That was not actually intentional. I'll replace this one too. I thought it looked kind of owlish after I did it. There we go. And then 25's in here. It's supposed to be. Mad Max Part 2 to see assembly of the carriage and plates, the official. Oh, Black's Pictures. I'll have more threads anyway. Not that it matters. Okay. pushes through just fine. Those wires there. And then we have not those, these guys. I think these thread into the ends. I guess I can use, here, this will be easiest. You out here, Bob? See ya. Go. Installing these. Oh. Here, wonder what size are these? 10 millimeter? Let me see. Let me see. It should be right there. Where did those go? Huh, I must have moved them somewhere. Whatever. There we go. Grab a 10 millimeter socket. Get a little more purchase on it. And holding it straight as it goes in. Go. Apparently that's not as deep as the other side. That one's bottomed out before it was actually in. Yeah, you can see that it's different. Okay, that's fine. There we go. Okay. What is next on this thing? Is this done? I mean, obviously we have to do connectors, but I think it's done. I think these are going to go something Ooh, I might have wanted those to be longer if I want to do something like that, because that seems to make sense. Hopefully they'll still reach whatever side. Okay. Let's see. Back to the NightOwl. Filament hub mount. Y-splitter. Filament hub or Y-splitter with the chamfered corners facing inwards towards the dual night watch. Is that this? Does this thing go on here? That goes. How does this go? Hey, Ricky. Let's see what this. Ah, that goes to the on the top, and then that just threads into plastic. It looks like. No, this is different. This is different. That's okay. We can figure that out. Let's see. Remaining corners. So that is in 3x12s. So let's grab the remaining corners. See you, John. Hey, I just did that last night. I expanded and kind of kept working on my filament storage setup. Actually, after stream today, I might go get some more 1/2-inch conduit so I can put together some rep rec stuff. I'll post a picture when I've got it to a point where it's looking impressive on Discord. Okay, so that's that. Don't skip the M5 washers to minimize this image to not display. Yeah, this is, so I've got this guy, and here's the 5th glass ball. So that goes there, which means this is gonna go like here, and this must go, oops. Goes on here. Are those feet TPU? No, they're purchased. They're very hard. Begley, you missed. You did. Okay, we figured out that M3x8 were way too long for these screws here, so I'm going to use some 6s. There we go. 3x6s. And then, isn't there a hub with built-in turtleneck? Maybe? Oh, and that has to go the other way. So this is different. This whole mount setup is different because there's heat sets here. There's probably, normally these would be thread into plastic though. So I'm missing something. Let's see. I'm missing something. Let's go here. And let's go to the NightOwl repo and censored Y splitter hub. That's this guy, which is what I printed. This is what I printed. This is this yellow piece. Free turtleneck parts. Okay. That must be those two, that must be the two switches with the levers still installed. That's probably what that is. That's okay. I want to figure out what... So I printed the correct hub. You do, but I'll have to drill out the holes in the mount then. Let's look at the Armored Turtles tool head buffer. So this is just turtleneck. This would go who knows where. It doesn't go inside, right? So this has got to be outside anyway. Censored hub. That's this guy. Okay. Okay. So let's get another switch. After I'm going to the censored splitter. Yeah. The turtleneck sits in the filament path from the NightOwl to the printer. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So that's not important right now is the bottom line. So glass bead in there, and this guy on here, and I can just put this on here right now, and then I can solder the wires to it. Where's the ball bearing? You can't see it, it's glass. I can hear it though. Can you hear it? See it in there? Okay, so means we pull this. This glass, no, this just, the kit came with glass balls. Okay. 2 heat sets in here. Away. Okay, so there's that. And then these guys, those holes need to be drilled out. Let me grab a 3mm drill bit. Is that what this guy is? I think so. Ah. They probably found a source. Yep, exactly. A cheap source. Should work just fine, but I would be afraid that they would chip during shipping and handling. Yeah. So I'm just going to drill these out because these were intended to thread into plastic for the non-censored Y splitter, which I do. I have it printed. I don't know where it went. I might have put it off to the side to not get confused with stuff. But so that should do that. And then do a couple of M3x8. This is going to go on there, which means this is going to go on here like this. Oh, maybe that wasn't a 3mm drill bit. Find the 3mm. This must have been, it was smaller. I have a 3 somewhere. This is a 3. Okay. Now it'll work. Yep. Okay, this goes on the back there, which means this goes like this, that goes like that. And probably need to push in some ECAS fittings. I'm going to substitute a black, just the exterior one, and substitute a black piece instead of the blue. Just because these are actual Gucci Bondtech branded ECAS. I got those from Philistruder. Philistruder? Is that right? Okay, let's take the little rubber piece off. And this guy goes in here. This is going to be a good, this one, at the end, good use of the ice. There we go. Might as well do this as well. Oop, oop, oop. Fiddly. There we go. Now the other two are going to be a little more fiddly to put in. Know where you got that pin vise from? This is a Starrett brand from Amazon. Hey, BBs. And the interior ones are okay to be blue. Cap off. This guy in. Okay, let's see if I can. Yeah, going in pretty good. There we go. Get a little push. Yeah, there we go. Good night, Deanne. Have a good one. Sweet. One and a two. There we go. Cool. Okay. Away. That. Oh, there it was. Install the extruder. Install the dual night watch extruder as shown. And 3x8. Ah, that's why those to clear the mounting screws. These, no, that's not to clear the mounting screws. It goes the other way. Those are not going to be able to be M3x8s. M3x8, the head is going to get in the way. I'm gonna try button heads. I mean, I didn't mean the size. It was the socket head of it is in the way. The socket head of it is in the way. Okay, so this is gonna go, its logo towards there. So this goes in here like this. Ooh. And then we need to get our, like you said, anti-vibration washers. Ooh, 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 ooh. These things. This would be perfect. We don't use these. These little ends from the ECAS fittings. That's perfect. One of these seemed, yeah, no, they're all the same. I've got a bunch of these. There we go. That's about as perfect as it gets. We might need like a 10mm screw. Yeah, I think an 8 might still do it. And a button head 8. Oh, nope. Bye-bye. There it is. Let's see. Oh yeah, we need a 10. We need a 10mm. We'll use 10mm for that. 1, 2, 3, 4. These stepper wires are annoying. Now, this is going to change the alignment to there, but I think it'll be okay still. That's about perfect. Let's see. Yep. Okay. So those do open if you use button heads, but those would not. Here, let me set it right there. Those would not if it was a socket head. So there's an FYI there. Yeah, that needs to be button head. Now I'm pretty sure I installed. So this is the little space is towards the filament path, and I checked that. Yep, these were in the lever was installed correctly. So, do you use your box drill? Yes, yes, the box drill is fantastic. It has been my go-to when I need to get something ABS printed in multicolor. I'm using it less as I've got like the index here and the stealth changer, but I don't remember what olive green filament that bin is made of. This bin. That is Jessie. That is Jessie. That's the slime green glitter or whatever. It's Jessie. It's Printed Solids Jessie brand. Yeah. Any plans on trying out EMU? Not right now. I just have so little use for MMU style stuff. The only way that would make sense is if I like replace the box turtle only for the sake of doing the build, which is possible. I might do it just for the sake of doing the build, but I don't have a lot of use for them at this point. Okay. This is true. This is true, Stephen. Although this, I said I didn't have a lot of use for them. I have a use for this one. Okay. That is on. Get to work on the skirts. At some point, I think I need to work on wiring this, but I'm feeling like we're gonna get mechanical assembly done today. And yeah, it looks like I do have enough wire length. Good. And then maybe do a wire and configure in another stream. Being able to do filament failover out of a dry box is a good feature. Yeah. Okay, we have a fan and a fan. This is gonna go like that. I'm guessing this is the side it's going on. Yeah, it's got to be. That's the only spot it can go. So this, I'm going to do like this, and then they have kind of nice. These are actually look like, I mean, they're the same color, the nickel plated fan screws, so they're gonna match. Hey Phil, welcome. Oh. Okay, now they're all going the right way. Slightly over tighten a couple of them, it's fine. In the interest of making them all the same way. You. Okay, this goes on here. What size screws? In 3x6 socket head. Ooh, those come with some? They did. I've got some too. In 3x6 socket head. Are these 4s? Oh, those are 4s. It's using 4s. These are the 6s. Pull these out. Yeah, 4s. 6s. Agenda of advice talks. I don't think there's an agenda yet. 4s. I don't know that I have enough 6s. I could substitute 4s if I run out. Okay. The front goes on. This goes bottom. Won't have enough of the 6s. Oops. Okay. This finishes them off. Hey, it's looking good. That side, and then does the back one. Where's the back one? This is a good test. Is this going to fit? Oh yeah, perfect. I gotta use 4s for this though. Cool. I know we'll have to do some disassembly probably to get things lined up and stuff together, but this can all. NightOwl panel serves as a filamentless base plate, so printing and installing it separately is unnecessary. However, you can add it if you prefer. That's this guy. There. What wiring? What wiring mess? No wiring mess. Okay. So magnets will have to go on there. So we need to build the filamentalists. Oh, that goes this way. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased. I love this color combo. I'm really happy with how the Vertigo turned out. Okay, does this have any? No, we need to go to the filamentalist instructions. Let's go here and filamentalist. Is this? Here we are. Filamentalist. Is there assembly? Additional notes, credits, version selection, Discord group. There is nothing on assembly. However, we can figure this out. Let's go here. Oops, I wasn't showing. Here, let's just upload it here. Select. GitHub. NightOwl CAD. There. Upload. Okay, so we're gonna need parts. These, I imagine, can just be threaded together. Vertigo will be next on my list to watch. It is a neat printer. This is LDO Larch Gold ABS. Apparently, while in a the sale might be over, there was a flash sale on LDO ABS from Fabrico. So apparently they had some in stock. I don't know if they still do. Okay, we have parts. Filamentalists. Ooh, ceramic bearings. Or plastic. Let's get one of these built. Just do this right now. I feel like this just needs to be done. A link to the assembly manual through Discord. Filamentalist documentation. Let's see. So it was under Filamentalist Rewinder, Filamentalist Classic. Okay. And then documentation. Got it. Okay. Here's the bomb. Here's documentation and okay, thank you. There was. I just wasn't deep enough in the GitHub. Okay, we've got a bunch of parts here. Let's see. Part printing guidelines. Test block calibration tool. Ooh, I should check to see. I printed that. Let's see. bearings fit. These are not ceramic, they're a plastic. They're definitely plastic. Oh yeah, that fit in there. That holds in. Holds in. But didn't take too much to put it in. Okay, that fits. Let's see if GitHub will let me view all of this or if I'm going to have to download it. Parametric CAD model. Just get to the assembly. Drive roller assembly. Oh boy. Okay, we've got parts. We've got... Let's see, can I zoom in? Yeah. Check the resistance of the one-way bearing on the axle. If the resistance is greater than the combined rolling resistance of the rest of the rewinder, the one-way bearing will not disengage. If you experience this issue, please refer to the troubleshooting guide. So this is the one-way bearing. This is the axle. That spins pretty freely and then it locks up the other way. So I think if the resistance is greater than the combined rolling resistance of the rest of the rewinder. I have no idea what that means, but we will continue. And if we have trouble, we'll go to the troubleshooter. Stretch O-rings onto part G. Okay, O-rings. Onto part G. That must be this guy. I have never assembled one of these. I bought several, like I think 5 Filamentalist kits. I don't remember where. It might have been West 3D. And with the intent of using them with my MMU on the Mark IV, but I never got around to building them. Okay. Press part C into part G. What is part C? Part C is the bearing. Okay. So this gets pressed into there. That's a nice tight fit. I think this will be good. Oops. My pliers, Knipex pliers would work well as well. This is here. There we go. That's perfect. Okay. I'm just going through here. This should be a tight fit. If too tight, scrape. Install the screws into the rim rollers. Install screws into the rim rollers to cut the threads. Use a ball and hex driver. Back the screws out a little to allow if center bore of rollers is close fit. Only 1 screw per roller is required. Let's find out. This guy goes in here. That is a nice close fit. What size are those? D. D is 3x8. M3x8. Go. Okay, so these go in here, and a ball end driver to thread that in. Okay, pull that out. I think I'm gonna just do all 3 of these. I mean, it's not gonna hurt. give just a tiny bit of pressure on all three and probably be better. Okay, this still goes in there. Do that on 2 of these. Nemi, welcome. Okay, so back the screws out a little to allow the axle to be inserted. Center bore of rollers is a close fit, only 1 screw. If a loose fit, use 3. Use axle depth tool. That's this guy. To set the correct distance of 1 rim roller from. Okay, so this guy goes on here, this guy goes in there, and then we can do a little. Okay. Don't over tighten, slide a H, which is one of these guys. That onto there, then this onto there. I'm sure at this point it doesn't matter which way, but is the tube steel or aluminum? That's a good question. Either a really stainless or aluminum. It's kind of hard to tell. Let's see. I think it's a stainless. That's too hard. That's too hard to be aluminum. Yeah, I think it's a stainless. It's just a really non-magnetic stainless. Okay, then this guy goes on here, and this guy goes on here. That does not stick out the same amount both ends. Should it? That kind of bugs me. We'll line these up though. It's not aluminum, unless it's a really hard, like 70, 75 or something aluminum. But yeah, this side sticks out a lot more than that side. But okay, so it does say It does say there should be some gap in between these parts though. So let's loosen this, and it says here, it is very important that the CDR spacers and center drive rollers spin freely with about 0.5 millimeter space between adjacent parts. What does that actually mean? Hey, extruder improver. There's about 1 millimeter of total. If I use the spacer on the other side, then there is about 1 millimeter of total play there. Let's just do that. We can adjust later. We can adjust later if it's too much. That spins pretty well. I feel like. Okay. Idler roller assembly. One of those guys and one of these guys. Press an MR608 bearing into parts D and E. So these bearings, I'll do the shield to the outside. There we go. Buy a kit or self-source. I bought a kit. I bought the kit from West 3D when I was up there. These should be a tight fit, but insertable by hand. Use the axle depth tool as a pressing aid to ensure bearings are seated fully. Oh, that's good. One of those. It's seated fully. Surely, what's F? What do we do with F? It didn't say anything about what to do with part F. Part F just slides in just fine. Okay. Tensioner mount. Get one of these, and there's the other bits and pieces. There's a spring, there's a bearing, there's a washer. Baseline version. What are we baseline version? It looks like nothing special, no extra things. Looks like baseline version. Rear load. Yeah, this is baseline version. Let's see. We get a ECAS fitting. Oh. I made a show of getting the black ECAS fitting. Do I have more of the black thing? I do not. Well, that's a bummer. I feel like I've bought more of these, but I don't have them. Okay. I guess they get to be blue. I only have one more black, and that's not worth it. Oh well. We will put a blue one on. So A and B, ECAS fitting, remove the rubber seal on both. Oh, hold on a second. Exploded view. There's a B and a G. What is B? 3 point. Oh, there's a heat set. What? Oh, on that side. I see. Heat set. Okay. Let's get these heat sets in. Oh, wait. Oh, I caught it. Go. Do. Okay, heat set in there. Are there any other parts that are going to need heat set? That doesn't look like heat set. I don't think so. I think those were the only 2 heat sets. Okay. And then one of these ECAS fittings into the top. Maybe I'll press this in for now, and maybe I'll look harder for more. Okay, so that's there. I'm going to use the edge of my desk here, my bench, push that the rest of the way in. Yep. There we go. There's one of those. Install the 3mm, remove the rubber seal and press that in. More pages. Then sensor option we don't have. This is the regular one. Okay, tensioner arm assembly. So now we have a, what is this? M3x35. E is the M3x35. Let's see if I have, no, nickel plated M3x35. I think so. That's 20. That's 30. Oh, I might not have 35s. Nope, I have 40. Guess I'll just have to go with the one it came with. Okay, so there's a washer. D is an M3 washer. And a spring. Thumb screw spring. Oh, no, there's a different spring. There's the spring. 4. Okay, so screw, washer. This goes, what in the world? Oh, I see. Okay, so let's put that aside. We need 2 of these. There, and okay, the other side. Is that it? Yeah. That's the same thing. Okay. M3x16 flathead. Nope. Don't have 16s. Okay. So plus or minus 10 for those M3x35 screws. Which one? Oh, plus or minus 10 millimeters. Wow. Okay, maybe I can use a different one. But I don't have 16 millimeter flatheads in nickel plated. Yeah, I don't. But I could use maybe. Oh, those are 20. Okay. I'll just have to use the stainless. I'll just have to use the stainless. So this all assembles around here. What is this? Oh, there's a built-in, looks like a built-in support there. And that goes into this spot here. I see. Okay. And then there's a bearing that goes in here. And where's the 16? Hey, Rob. How are you? Yep. Right into plastic. Okay. So what goes here? Anything? That goes there. That's what that is. There's tension. That's to set some sort of tension. Screw goes in here. Okay. This goes in here. That is seems awfully short. I guess so. Now, that goes there. What goes through there? What goes through there? The instructions have this screw going in from the back. These do not go on the box turtle. The box turtle uses motorized rewinders. This is the... Oh, that's weird. That is not what they're showing here. I don't get this. No tension should be on the spring at this point. Alternate tension or screw orientation. Got it. That's why that's there. I see. If the orientation of your filamentalist makes it difficult to access the tension screw, you can reverse the 3 millimeter. Okay, and put a lock nut on the back there. Got it. I have no idea if which way this is going to want to be. That is an awfully long screw though. It could be quite a bit shorter. And it probably could use a washer on both ends. Okay. Then the base. So this all goes. So then I'm just gonna make a wild guess. Assume that the bearing goes here. Too far in. There we are. Previous page installs a heat set insert there. I did put a heat set insert there. There's one that this screw is threading into. Front end washers. Getting it adjusted underneath is a pain. You'll have to adjust it. Yeah, you'd have to come in from the back here too. Let's flip that around. I'm gonna agree. Let's do two things here. This gets a second washer. Oops. Washer, spring, washer. Yeah, there's the heat set there. And then this guy goes through. Okay. Forget that washer. I guess forget both washers. So if we're doing it this way, we don't get to use washers. The spring fits in there, but washers don't fit. That's kind of dumb. This, oops. Let me take that back. I did it wrong. Spring doesn't go in there. This goes in, threads through the heat set. They're not appearing on the overlay? I have no idea. That's weird. These go here, then washer, then spring, and then I want to do another washer, but this is going to be interesting. Let's prepare for things to go flying. I'm on live chat. Washer, and then the lock nut. There we go. And oh, that's all the way in. Okay, I see. That's cool. Hold that and just get that till it's just on the end. There we go. Now I can adjust it from the front, changing that spring tension. Been banished from the overlay for months. Yeah. Okay, that's there. Now we're back to, this goes in with some M3 by 8, 10, 12s. It doesn't matter. They'll all fit. It's fine. That just go right like that. Goes like that. Okay. Then that goes in the bearing there, like that. And I don't have enough. I'll just use their hardware. It kind of sucks. I was hoping to... I didn't realize I'd be running out of nickel-plated stuff at this point. Do these need to... No, I can probably hit that. Okay. That's there, that's there. This one goes on this side. I don't have enough. I don't have enough of them to do this all in the nickel plated. What's nickel plated screws? I was just there. I should have grabbed a bunch. Okay, those are keyed. So this guy goes on here and keys in there. Why is that not? So it will, it's just a tight fit. Go. Is that a... It is fully passive, yep. I will need to dig up 12 to fully hide the stainless steel sins. I probably should have just put black screws in. That would look better. Might be able to do that. Can. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. We'll hide the sins from the sides at least. We'll just go black. It'll blend in. Yeah, there's a one-way bearing, and it uses the action of the filament itself to rewind the spool. That looks a whole lot better. I'll see you at 3D Printopia, Rob. Looking forward to it. Swapping these out. Probably save my wrists a little bit going to a bigger screwdriver, but oop, bye-bye. The DeWalt is in the other garage. Okay, so that is assembled. Then it uses the... Now, did I put that in the correct way? There is a... I feel like I put this in the wrong way. I think I put this in backwards. I feel like there's probably some instructions here. Where does it tell you? Insert place, so here. Drive roller, how this has to have a direction that it goes in. Where does it tell us that? Oh, did I miss? Oh. What? Okay, let's go on. Press the bearings in. Base assembly. Here we are. This is where I didn't get this far. I was going off of this. This had all the stuff that I needed to put it together, except for what direction the bearing goes. I did put it in correctly though, if this is right. One-way bearing locks when rim roller axle is held. The center drive roller is rotated in the direction of filament unloaded jet. Otherwise, so I'm holding this and I can turn it clockwise. So it's correct. Holding this and I can turn it clockwise. I can't turn it the other way, so I think it's correct. Should be able to hold the wheels and unload the filament. Place into the roller axle. I did all this other stuff. Filament. Tune. Okay, let's, oops, I was just reading that stuff. So this is gonna go on. This goes this way. This goes on here. Is this, did you know, Morton, this is, am I doing something wrong? This rubs on here. Is that okay? Because it sets a default tension at that point. Is that normal for that to rub on there? This guy goes on here, right? Same issue? Okay. Is that intended? You don't need much tension. Like your vise, where did you get it? That is a Pana vise. You can get them on Amazon. There's actually, I keep meaning to buy it just because it's cheap. But there is a, what looks like a pretty decent little desktop vise at Harbor Freight, if you have Harbor Freight. It's only like $20 or $25, and then find a coupon. But yeah, it's a pan of ice. Then I assume this side just gets, yeah, flatheads, and I can just use these. These aren't going to be seen, so I'll use the stainless. I don't remember it rubbing, but it doesn't have a base plate that goes between the panel. Doesn't it have a base plate? Does it? This doesn't bolt directly to. Am I wrong? Am I missing something? I gotta be missing something. Oops. No, it just, here. It says it bolts directly to that. That's the base plate, right? Didn't like the small Harbor Freight vise that exploded? Oh, well, that's a bad thing. You don't want your vise to explode. Like a vibration damper. This is the base, right? There's no other pieces that I'm missing, are there? Goes right on there. It bolts right in. I probably need to unbolt it and put these magnets in first. See how tight they are. Where did the magnets go? Where'd the magnets go? There they are. There we go. Now, grab the Nipix. Oh. Get the rest of these all the way up in there. There we go. Let's see. Yep, it lifts the whole thing. Put this into my micron. Looks like a great size for that. Yeah. Sweet. Okay, that does that. And that means that we can pop this off and put two of these to hold this in, I think. Make a vise and release it a vise. Okay, that's one. Oop, the other way, that way. Looks pretty cool. Let's see. If we take some filament, is that the way that it's, if you put filament on here, this goes through here. Is that the way it goes? Is through that little slot? How does that go? There we go. So if this is feeding, it puts in, how many start? Oh, never at all. Don't knock it. Never at all. Ah. Okay. And then if you feed this back, that is loud and weirdly loud, but it is rewinding. It probably needs some. That feeds, and then probably needs some tension adjustment. Is the Trident build an R2? We're doing R2, absolutely. Oh, it might be getting caught on the barbs. Good call. Yeah. But it is rewinding. Okay. It might take some adjustments. I just wanted to kind of get a little bit of an idea on that. Seems to work. Okay. Having the impression making the one-way drag and not roll. Okay, well we'll figure out the tuning of it. What do we want to do? Do I want to call it now, or do I want to finish building the other filamentalist? It won't take very long. It's pretty, I think I'll finish, let's finish the other filamentalist and call it, and then finish this the next time. Are you putting an index on Trident? No, I'm just building it mostly as a spec R2. Just to show the build process for the new stuff mostly, but it's going to be a full printer build. It's just a rebuild. See you, Philip. Same yellow for the Trident. I am. It's kind of hilarious. It is the same. It is the same yellow. Just the way it's worked out. But this is the colors. Does anything come in the NightOwl kit from West 3D, or do you need to buy Filamentalist and Nightwatch kits? It comes, everything that I've done here, I have not had to dive into my hardware except for that connector, the 4-pin connector, the little JST connector, but that's not really necessary. You can run just wires. The only reason I've dove into this hardware is because I've been trying to keep it, all the external screws, the nickel plated, or at least the invisible. So everything so far has come with the kit. Okay, so I want to hopefully somewhat speed run this. Those are just filament swap. That's just a filament swap at layer height. So I printed these. This is probably on the Core 1L. I don't remember exactly. The Core 1L has been my go-to printer just because it gets started up so fast. And my Box Turtle V2 will print. My Gray Trident is not in a state of printing. Hey, Web. Shoot. Has Prusa said anything about Core 1L? I think by the end of the year is what they're expecting. Just unofficial. I don't think they've said anything. They might have said something official, but it was like by the end of the year or something. Has the Micron been good since the rebuild to R2? I had a lot of problems with it not finishing a QGL. I did drag it out not too long ago, and I couldn't get it to duplicate it. So as far as I'm aware, it should be able to print right now. We did check that bearing. Honduland. We did check it. Does spin the way the instructions say it should spin. What frame color? It's Tribent. It's space gray. Where did these go? Where did these go? These were in the files. Are these caps for something? Do. And then you just put the bottom panel on your Trident. Is it complete now? Is the rest of it built? A bare printer with just a bottom panel isn't quite complete, but you're on the right track. If the rest of it's built, then I say you're good to go. Filament by spectrum. What do you mean? Where did... Oh, they're there. Spectrum PPS. What is that? PPS in brown? Hey, there's a... What in the world? It just asked me to review a message. That's the first time that YouTube has asked me to review a message in forever. And that's the one from Neil. It says, I've seen some nice colors starting to come out in nylons. Apparently nylons is a bad thing to say. They're thinking you're talking about leggings or what? Dark gray instead of black. Nice. Where's the... There it is. But that's interesting that that's the first review message I've seen in years, literally years. Maybe the problem is, maybe Bill is just way too quick. Maybe I never see him because Bill's too quick on it. There's another one. Did they hear my complaining? Because I just see the ones from Ricky. They won't show up on the overlay, the screen overlay, but that is I was mostly kidding. But that is really weird. Okay, so if this goes in here, this should, oh, yep. So this should spin clockwise. So that's spinning clockwise. So that can go up in there now. Hey, see you, Rob. I'll see you in just about a month. Trying to speed run this second filamentalist without looking at the instructions. How am I doing so far? One thing is a comment about the bearings in the kit. What? It's found that having drag on them would help the clutch to unlock. Intention sensitivity issues. Okay. Rubber seals on yours to add drag. You use metal bearings with rubber seals or added seals to these. Hey, Daniel. Hey, I think I did it right. Looks right. Cause it to unlock because they're not perfect. Got it. Hey, 303. Oh, there. That looks pretty good. Rad. Ooh. Baby box turtle. Mm-hmm. Now we'll have some. So I was talking about on the Vertigo stream ideas for display mount. Fortunately, it won't work here because there's filament that or tubes that have to go the loop here because it comes out here, loops into the front, and then goes through the extruders and then out the back to the printer. So that's not going to work. But did you not want to install the collars for the? No, because I'm going to see if I can get some black ones. I got a black one there. I'm going to try to get a black ones instead of these ugly. That blue just clashes. That's awful. That's not acceptable. Not acceptable. Cool. So next time, so it'll probably be next weekend. I have a feeling that we may have a hard time getting ready for to start the antithesis build, Daniel and I, next weekend. So we'll probably finish this off next week. I expect to finish this off next week if we end up getting our parts in time, then that will supersede this, and we may have to finish this off on another time. But the antithesis build takes precedence on Sundays, and as soon as antithesis is done, we're starting the rat rig build. So I want to get to that one because I'm really anxious to build that printer. Oh, that's weird. What is that hitting when it does that? That is interesting. This one doesn't do it. What is that hitting? When it moves over here, it hits something. This one doesn't. But when I hit here, this actually catches. Any idea? Huh. That's weird. I'll have to figure out what that is. I don't think so. I'll pull that off and investigate. No, it's something's catching. There's a, see, I can get past it and then come around and it's catching there. Get past it, catches there. Only when I push it off to the side. It's hitting something. Weird. Anyway, does it lock one side that isn't in use? No, there's no active locking or anything. Oh. Hey, Nemesis. But we'll deal with this next stream. Anyway, like I said, we are going to either be working on this next Sunday, or Daniel and I will be starting on the antithesis. The antithesis aether, if you're looking it up. This Wednesday, we are going to start on Tribent rebuild. Now, the order may not be exactly as the manual because I don't necessarily have every little piece that I need. I ordered some rails from Fabrico. I want to try their high quality rails. So they are on the way. I may have those by Wednesday if FedEx does the overnight shipping right. But if not, then that's okay. We have plenty to do for a Wednesday stream. So ULS rails, that's what I was not remembering. So I ordered 2 Y ULS rails, and the X is to be determined what we're doing with that. And then I'm going to reuse the existing Z rails. A lot of Tribent is going to be kind of a parts collection, stuff that I have, stuff that's still left over from the original build. Oscar's up there, so I don't want to disturb him, but that's the Tribent frame right there. And that's a sleepy Oscar. So that's the Tribent frame. Space gray. So, yep. So we will see. We will get what we can get done and get ready for the next parts as they come up. With that, thank you everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Little 5-hour Night Owl stream. The README for antithesis doesn't tell me anything about the printer. It doesn't? That's funny. It's bed movie. That's it. Bed moves in X and Y. Toolhead moves up in Z. So we will see you next time. Have a good one, everyone, and enjoy the build. Bye.